Good evening, everybody. We are streaming. If you're watching this, thank you for tuning in tonight. Hopefully we'll be in here for the long haul, but I got the coffee ready. Got the coffee. And yeah, I'm drinking a lot of coffee. That's why it's in a big cup. We'll see how tonight treats us compared to last night. It wasn't very nice to us. Well, we didn't play last night, so poker-wise, it couldn't have been too bad to us. But we played yesterday afternoon and didn't do well. But the tournament before that, the Tuesday PLO, we had a good time. So had a good time and won it, and we've won 2 out of the last 5 we entered. So that's good. That is good. That's a good strike rate when it comes to multi-table poker tournaments. If you can do that, you'll be profitable. It's early going. Mr. Hemp Voodoo is not at his seat as usual. He's like Phil Hellmuth. He just doesn't show up until like 30 minutes in, and then he decides it's time to play some poker. Let's see, we got it. 30 entries and still some time for some late registration, so not too bad. Look at this. Hong Kong's represented here. Mexico. Good lordy. This shit's going worldwide, peoples. Worldwide. But besides that, we have the usual suspects. Action Dan. Center, who's the host. Brother Bud. A lot of the same peoples. So let's get down to it. Good to see Vito. Vito to enter the tournament. Also under consideration in the tournament is Mr. Drewski Campbell. Is he? What is this guy? I was wondering, like, I didn't see his name here. He wanted a last longer bet, and I may win it by default because he hasn't even entered the tournament. So kind of hard to last longer when you haven't entered the tournament. That's it's kind of a deal breaker. So, but if he is in the tournament eventually, we have a little $20 last longer bet, which should be fun. We'll see how it goes. We have Ace King offsuit here. We are on the button. We are going to bump it up. Chris flat called, and I'll tell you, you get some weak tight. There's a player note, weak tight, and fuck this guy. See, is a note. Cheers to that. You know what you get when you watch my channel. You just get full on, honesty. We're big on honesty, open honesty, bluntness, frankness, all that good stuff. We don't discriminate. We tell it like it is. So he called. He flatted pre-flop. I raise. He flatted again. I bet to flop. He flatted again. He's checking back to me. Probably has like 10s or something stupid. And he has a bunch of nothing. Like a fucking clown. God. I don't even know. I mean, clearly my note is spot on. Like, the note doesn't get any better. Fuck that guy. Fucking calling it King 3 off that flop. What are you looking to do, huh? You just have it out for me? Good. Good. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Just checking to make sure everything is on point. We got our 5-minute delay. We're not dropping frames at the moment. Hopefully everything maintains stability. Checking again if Drewski is in the tournament ski yet. He is not. He's got 5 minutes. 5 minutes already renders our bet just default. So we've played against everybody at this table before. There's no like brand new faces. I haven't seen enough of their play to mark them really. Soto played last time. You may recognize him from such highlights as the old slow roll that didn't work out very well. Yeah, that's Mr. Soto up there. We have 4-5 suited. We'll open this. We'll play. We'll just open it for min raise here. We won the button, so that's good. So we get to act in position the rest of the hand. Oh, Campbell just said yes. New poker name. Oh lordy. All right, so we have 4-5 suited. Jack is 6-7, and flop is 6-7. Jack rainbow. So we have the underside of the gut shot. I mean, we have an open ender, not the good side of it, the underside, but you know, it's definitely enough to you know, to get interested. We're acting in position. We will bet it out. All right, so we get called. King on the turn doesn't help us at all. And at this point, we're not really interested in building up a pot. We have much nothing. We're gonna take the free card, and the river is even worse for us. So we're really hanging out with nothing. And my guess is he'll bet, and then we'll just fold. Easy fold there. King 8 offsuit, early position, fold. Let's try to guess. Let's try to guess what Campbell's new name is here. Okay, let's see. Let's see if he is Dr. Dynamite. Oh man! All right, we get sixes. We're under the gun. We'll just call. See if we can work our way through with not too much action before us. All right, ace 2-4 with 2 spades. There's way too many people in this pot to pursue. Oh man, okay. We are in the big blind with 3-10 offsuit. Three ten off. Gonna fold it. I got 7 ace. I'm in the small blind. We'll call it. If we get raised, we'll just back out of it. Not a big deal. Just hoping to see the flop on a little friendly game. If we don't hit the flop. So fold it out. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Shout out to our second viewer right now, named Feet. Let's see, I'm just checking the table, see if anyone's out early. No, nothing crazy yet. Alright, we're on the button. We have Queen King suited. Everyone folds before us. We're going to bump it up. We want to raise the pot a little bit. Make it 2.5x to go. Small blind calls, big blind calls. And we flop top pair. So, rainbow, top pair. We like this hand. We like it. We don't want to get like super out of line or anything. But if anyone has anything weird, we want to make them pay for it. And if they have something like Queen 10, we really want to make them pay for it. since we're on the button, we can do a good job of naming our price without being put in like really weird spots. And as soon as I say that, we get a nice little check raise here. Our note is passive, although we've seen Giancarlo lately be a lot more aggressive than usual. We are in position. It'd be really ridiculous to kind of fold here in position, so we're going to call it. $800 more. A little more than half the pot. It's still a rainbow. Nothing's changed. I mean, really not a great spot to be in, to be perfectly honest. You know, I don't like to just call off a bunch of chips here. Using the big blind, we didn't raise that much. You could have like queen 7 easily. We'll call that too. And the river's a 4. So I mean, we have to call it. We have to call this. He has 2-7. Oh, shit. Again, could have anything. Just, it's a terrible spot to pay somebody off at. There's no draws or anything. It reeked of 2-pair. It was 2-pair. And we paid someone off who called 2-7 off suit on a raise. Terrible. So, yeah, I mean, we need to play better than that. That's not going to get the job done. You let someone play you let someone get 2-7 and then you throw all your chips to them. It's a terrible idea. Oh, man, like I said, anyone will call anything in the big blind, so now we got to kind of go into grind mode early as balls. And we got $20 on our neck between Drew and I. Fucking awful. The reality of that hand, though, is since the board's so dry, like I need to fold there. It's either a 2-pair or a set, no matter what. I mean, maybe it's also like some sort of Broadway, like queen, like ace queen or something. But even ace queen probably gets doesn't get as out of line. So yeah, I mean that's one of those where after the check raise and then the aggression on 4th Street, that you just got to kind of let go. Probably calling that first raise is fine, but you got to get away from the turn because it's just not going to end well. At that point, I have 1 card to come, and I don't have nearly enough outs to be calling 2 bullets. And if I'm calling the turn, I gotta, thinking I'm ahead, I gotta be calling the river, or it's just bad, or it's just a bad, bad series of calls. 7 jacks. It's a pretty good hand. Pretty good hand there. Oh man. Ace 10 offsuit. We'll fold. Drew ran out of free chips. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Two kings suited. No one raised it up. We'll get to see a flop. We flop top pair. Not gonna go super crazy on it, but we'll put a bid out there. And we just get raised up like that. We'll fold. That's entirely too big. Four seven offsuit. Foldola. 10 jack offsuit. Order position. Let's call it. See if we can get a couple. So you can see a flop here. And we see a flop. And we flop top pair again. So it gets checked around. So we are going to bet this one. Butler calls. Chris calls. So we go 3 to the turn. It's kind of a problem because 7-8 gets there. We'll shut down. 7-8 gets there. Jack Queen gets there. There's no bueno for our team. And yeah, turn reverse 2 pairs. So. Oh man, Devil's trying to get us, but we're trying to steer clear. Trying to stay alive, get ourselves in good spots. These these top pair spots so far have not been friendly to us. Alright, interesting hand here. Definitely, so we got a 4 flush on board, we have straight, boats, everything and anything in here. And that's a boat. I did avoid stone motherless last place in the tournament. To the guy in the tournament whom I like the least. Small victories. So interestingly enough, so a lot of these players um, basically are players who play that live poker, that are that have transitioned to playing online because of this poker group and whatnot. But so the game, so the general play of this group in the tournaments in this group is pretty like the general play of the players is pretty mundane. It's pretty passive. It's pretty it's pretty weak and it's pretty passive. Um, there's not a lot of aggression in spots that would. There's not a lot of pressure being put on in tight spots. So you see a lot of kind of spastic type actions. Sizing is like sizing. Obviously, in real life, it can kind of be weird because you're trying to add up what you have in your own chips, and you're trying to see what the opponent has, and you're trying to see all the chips in the middle, and the calculations can get a little bit wonky. Like on mine, like all you see is numbers, all you see is sizing. So all you have to do is like not be a fucking idiot about putting numbers together to understand proper bet sizing. and people are surprisingly bad at that, like really bad. Um, it's also, I mean, it's also a tournament, and I guess I see a lot of cash game type um, actions or cash game type betting that in a tournament doesn't make nearly as much sense to make certain moves as it is compared to like in a cash game where you can bust someone or they bust you and then you can just immediately re-up. Um, like just kind of an example of that. Like the other day I saw someone, there's like a raise and then there's like a call, and then like someone from early position um, like bumped it up like another like 4x. Like the first bet was like a min raise, and this one made like 4x go from early position, and then everyone called, um, and then like the flop was whatever, like nine, like whatever 289, and early raise. I will fold this for now because I'm telling a story and I want to finish telling the story. So, anyways, there's action, etc. So we were able to see the person's hand, and the person who reopened the pot from early position, um, from like he was either under the gun or they were in a big blind or something, whatever. Um, they had pocket eights, and like in a cash game, makes perfect sense because pocket eights can lead you to the freaking like promised land, and you can just get a whole rack of people's money. Um, in a tournament, though, it starts to get you into trouble. Um, Actually, I think the person had pocket nine. So in a tournament, though, it can get you in trouble because um, if you go busto, there's just no coming back from it. So there's a avoidance or a desired avoidance of playing out of position with hands like that, um, because the bottom line isn't, when you're in a cash game, the bottom line is, your EV, expected value, et cetera, is based solely on profitability of being able to get money and get everybody's money and profit, whereas tournament is based off how you finish. Um, so when I saw that play and I saw the person's hand, and the player ended up, so the player got it in with, they had pocket nines from this early position, and flop was 8 high, and it was 2-3-8, and they did build up the pot. So they were in early position again, in early position, so they led out, and what ended up actually happening when they led out, the remaining player who had called that like their 4x raise pre-flop shoved, um, and then by that time, like the pot's too big to just release your slight overpair, your vulnerable overpair doesn't look nearly as good as it did, but the pot's too big to get away from, so you have to call. Um, and the person that called in position had pocket eights, and there goes the tournament. So for the person raised up the nine. So that kind of illustrates the point of, in tournaments, you're more, especially early on, you're more thinking about flopping that set, or controlling the pot, set mining, um, instead of the potential of winning a bunch of money when you flop a set with a pocket pair. So in this case, the player with the nines, they could have just, they were last to act in that array of like whatever, like 4 or 5 pre-flop callers. They could have called it down. They would have been in good position, I mean, they would have saw the flop. They have an overpair. They're able to, play it, even though it's out of, even though they're out of position. They can, raise. They can check. They have a bunch of first step options, see the action around them, and then play accordingly without already committing a bunch of money in the middle. Um, so um, it just kind of, you notice that um, when you see like mainly cash game players trying to, trying to do very similar actions in a tournament, and it just not being the um, proper way to attack the or the it may not be the best way to play the hand in a tournament environment compared to being in a cash game. And if you're wondering, all 6 of you out there, that's nice. If you're wondering, and you're probably not, I don't play cash games because like I don't really like playing poker. Um, it just sounds stupid, um, but I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of the cash game grind and all that bullshittery. Um, you know, if you're better than the table, you should be winning. Like two. You should be averaging 2 big blinds of profit per hour. Like I don't fucking care. Like I don't. Like I don't. I like playing. I like just playing tournament. Like I invest I invest the bullet, invest the $40. Um, just fucking shift around some chips however the hell I please. And if I'm out, I'm out. And if I win, I win. Um, without having to give a shit about like, oh, am I hitting and running? Am I, you know, should I be here for like the next like 5 hours, or should I just be here for the next 5 hands? Like, I don't want to do any of that shit. Oh my god. So if you just got here, just to recap, I'm off to a very slow start. Um, I put myself in a terrible position, um, and I called. I did it was a very amateur move. I called down when I knew my shit was not nearly as good as it should have been or needed to be. With that said, I mean, I'm never the one to just give up. Never the one to just give up and, you know, throw caution to the wind. I'm not one to get, just tilted and upset and smash the keyboard or anything. And just so, like, if you play a lot and or if you don't play, I should say, if you don't play a lot and you're tempted to play something like 310, you see this like you see like 310, you're like, oh man, I would have flopped 2 pair. It's like, chill, man. It's not. It's a, it's not. Um, you may feel compelled. It's like, man, I should see more flops and stuff. Like, don't. you know, if you find yourself bored while playing, by all means, like, watch YouTube videos, watch Twitch streamers like me, or listen to music. Um, don't feel compelled to just dive headfirst in the hands because you want to hit flops. Even early on, it'll probably get you into trouble. You'll probably be put into a tough spot where you can't really fold. You don't really want to call, but you'll probably have to call anyway because you have like a callable hand. Excuse me. And you'll end up, maybe getting pinched by, that good hand, better hand. Now, we'll call here under the gun. We'll fold. Now, early on, you'll get away with it. You'll call, you'll hit a flop or something, and you'll win a pot. But the thing is, those pots early aren't very big usually, and in the grand scheme of things, like at the end of the tournament, those early on pots really aren't going to matter much unless you get into like some crazy spot where you know show up with like like you have 5-10 and the flop comes out 5-10-10 and somebody else has like 10 jack and they can't just they can't get away from it, like, but really the chances of that happening are small. And if like even if that does happen, even if you flop something perfecto, you know the odds of someone else having the cooler side of the hand isn't very big either. So you're calling with hopes to hit something, and with a bad hand, and it's kind of a bad hand, it's not really worthwhile, and then you just get yourself into trouble trying to maneuver around with maybe like top pair, but with like no kicker. That's usually what ends up happening. But also, if you get into that habit where you start calling too much, like early on, it doesn't hurt you. You lose a few chips, no biggie. You get into some tough spots, and then you lose chips at the tough spots. But even those aren't big chip losses. But when you get to near the end of the tournament, you can't see flops. Like you can't just call and see, and cross your fingers because people are going to be raising. You're not going to have nearly as many big blinds to work with. So if you have some ugly hand and it's raised up, and then you decide to call, there's just a possibility someone behind you sees your call, and then they go all in, and the next thing you know, you've just released a bunch of chips without seeing a flop. You've given a bunch of chips away without a flop, without any aggression, and it's just it's the worst case scenario, just to lose chips without ever even having a true stake in it. So it's not good to get into that kind of mindset where you call more than you should. When you get deep in these tournaments, like expect to almost never see a flop, unless it's some sort of like blind versus blind or defending the blind type situation. Just expect to see a lot of raising and re-raising and attacking in that manner. Alright, 5 queen, folder. Shout out to all you there watching. I see Roland's in the chat. Jerry said, hey. Christopher Price is in the house. Holla at you, Chris Price. Some other people that I usually see in here, but work. A10 Commander Root. If you're working and just watching, shout outs to you. Enjoy yourself, enjoy the stream. Depending on when I'm out of the tournament, hopefully that's not very soon, but when I'm out, I will shut down this poker stream and I'll restart as a horse betting stream. We're on like a little mini win streak. Let me post that up. Let's see. The horse is on a little mini win streak. We won 2 days ago and it came out even yesterday. Fired a big bullet 3 days ago, or yeah, 4 days ago. 7-8 suited. Call, see what we get. 2-2-4. Oh, brother. It's not good. My chips are so scarce right now. It's really not even worth it to pull any kind of just doofy bluff there. All right, ace 9. Oh, we'll just jam here. I mean, there's nothing. We'd like to double up, to be perfectly honest. But we're also perfectly fine just winning some ante-ice, winning some blinds and antes. Alright, let's see, now we're starting to, now we got a little something going. We got ace-king suited. We definitely have a hand that, I'm going to jam here. I don't want any tomfoolery. We already know Giancarlo will make some odd calls. If he wants to make an odd call, by all means, there's 1,300 in the middle to make this goofy call with. Oh, man, that's good coffee. We get no such calls. So, take it down. Better ways to play that? Yeah, probably. 6-9 offsuit. I'm going to fold. Definitely better ways to play that. Better ways to go about getting the chips in there, but at this point, I'd like to focus on doubling up and going from there. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. Blind versus blind, we had a min raise, and then we had a 6x raise, 3-bet, and that 3-bet goes through. We have 3 X-rays, and now we have a 3-bet on the button. It's very interesting. Now we have a 4-bet. Very interesting. And now we have a call. Ooh, and this is... So there's a 4-bet flat and an all-in and a call, and they both have aces. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. The all hearts run out. Just not. I mean, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? That made me pull my earbuds out by accident. as if beating him aces versus aces wasn't enough. He shoves all in here, and then he gets 3-bet again. The guy just had aces. Oh my god. Oh god. What the fuck was that? And then he flops 2-pair. Come on, man. Oh my god. Oh my Lanta has a boat. What the hell? Oh god. Said he was trying to give some back. No, that's fucking collusion. I want to call him a dirtbag for that. Stupid. If you ever feel like giving chips back in a tournament because you made some absolute bullshittery, don't. It's stupid. Terrible. Oh, now I'm triggered. Now I'm triggered. Everyone in the table chat's just getting. Everyone's just getting it now. Everybody's just getting it now. Like, stupid. Like, listen, just take your fucking garbage take your ridiculous suck out and just fucking move on with life. Like when you're doing shit like, hey, I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna 3-bet with 5-7 suited to give the guy a good gamble. Fuck off. Ah, fucking clowns. My fun is telling you to eat a dick. You and Soto can share it. Abuse. Verbal abuse. They should call the floor on me. There's a good way to pass the break, though. 9 o'clock. See what we got here. Oh my god. Alright, back at it. 2-5 offsuit. Picking fights here. Picking fights. Tilting. We are 27th or 27th right now. We are trying to fade losing to Campbell on a $20 bet. Like, I don't even give a shit out of this tournament. I do not want to lose to Campbell on the side bet. Thank you, Dr. Dynamite, for following the channel. Much appreciated. So we are 7-9 suited from on the button. We're back to a full table of 9 here, so I'm going to fold it up. Oh my god, 4-8 suited, so we got a bunch of doo-doo. We're gonna have to, we're getting it in soon at some point. Hopefully one of the people we've been arguing with, like, they'll call us with some stupid bullshit and then we'll double up. So that's the goal. That is the goal. And we'll see if we can maintain enough until we can get some cheap double up somewhere. And then double up again. And again. And again. All right. Our buddy Roderick Johnson has made his way to the table, and he's entering this pot with a 3x raise. Lots of draw. Like, the flops have seemed to be, like, the board in general, really. The boards have seemed to be either, like, absolutely crazy action worthy or just, like, super mega dry. Yikes. Rod gets there with ace jack after the continuation bet. Checks the turn and then nails the river. Good stuff. Oh, I gotta make notes. Let's see here. Fuck this clown. Fuck this cheater. Fuck this clown slash collusioner. Collusioner? I don't know. Collusioner and cheater. Let's see what we have for duels. Makes terrible chop offers. What are you, chat? Oh. Oh man, Dan is out. Our visitor from Hong Kong, Magic Lasso, is out, and Dan is out. Oh man. So our butler with a little less than 3x here. Pot size bet. Interesting. Six nine offsuit under the gun. Quick fold, quick fold, quick fold. It's normal chat fighting. Oh, ace eight offsuit. Not much we can do here. There's a full. If we were like six-handed, maybe like if there's a call or even like a raise, we would reshove. But with like a full table, like ace eight offsuit just doesn't hold very much water to the possibilities of what we're likely going to get called with, especially since we've just been talking shit. So a lot of people are just going to call us with like ace 10, ace jack, like without like two thoughts about it. So, which would suck. We don't want that to happen. Alright, Dan calls. Ooh. Awkward. 6x raise, although makes sense. Like if you're protecting a hand and you know I can freely like jam. Like if you like 3x I jam, it makes it more difficult to call. So it's actually a good bet. It's probably going to take Dan out just from the sheer size of it. And I can't rejam with any confidence there. So, because there's no equity. So it makes sense there to kind of 6x it, kind of overplay whatever the hand was. Probably, you know, it was probably something like ace jack or ace queen. Something for the highlight reel. Dan turned straight. Alright, I got 9-10 suited. If it gets folded to me, I'll probably jam here. Let it rip, baby. Let it rip. Gets through. Shout out to Mr. Bobby Middleton. uh, 2-8. I'll see. Let's see. There's a flat Dan flat called from under the gun +1. There's a that's about a little over 3x. Would love to make a comeback here. Would love it. Love it. Love it. Definitely make bigger comebacks for that. That's for damn sure. So we'll see how it plays out. Jack suited. No thanks. No thanks. What do we got going on here? What do we got going on? I just noticed that. I just noticed that one of the users was T-Will, and that is Taylor Wilson, who is one of the players. Taylor, go. This one. So if you chime back into the stream, shout out. Oh, and follow. Hey, if you're not followed, press that heart button and follow. I appreciate you watching. Following is even better, though. So I'm in dire need of the deck just absolutely just hitting me in the face. My stack is not scaring a soul at this point, and like some of my shoves barely. My shoves at this point will barely have enough equity to maybe push on through. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Oh, if you've watched the previous streams, I did add a little feature on the bottom left. It is the recent poker results. So the recent poker results, I'm not hiding anything. So if I get busted all early as balls because I'm absolutely terrible at poker, those are all the recent results from. Those are. I want to make it so that like it's recent and not super small. So regardless of what the finishes are, I'm going to post whatever the finishes for the last 5 tournaments I have played in this bottom left area, as you see. So like I mentioned earlier in the stream, by some miracle, we've won 2 out of the last 5. Great strike rate. We like it. Oh god, we got ace 9. We got ace 9. We don't have much. We have less than 10 big blinds, so we're going to raise it up. We're going to have to go all in. I mean, really, that's the only choice. And we get re-raised, so we'll see. Our hope is that he has 8s or worse. And he has 8s! Now we need an ace or a 9. And we're out. So that was. you'll still hear from me. I'm going to troll the fuck out of you, Soto. Ugh, it's the worst. This is the worst part of what I gotta do. I gotta send Andrew Campbell $20. $20. Last longer. Last longer. Fuck my life. I don't know if you can you see it? Last longer. Sent. Let's update our poker results thing. Yeah, I got poker results. Oh man, it rolls off the sheet, our bounty win. That's okay. And we were 26th, I think. Ugh. 26th of 30. Is that it? '26 of 30, Holdem 40. Okay, updated. All right, so we're going to go to the lobby. We're gonna still, even though we're out of the tournament, which sucks. We will not end the stream yet. We will watch various tables here. We're up to 3 tables. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have like a feature table. Oh, that's the table. And there's another table. We'll go upstairs to this table. So I'm going to cycle through various tables of depending on craziness that's happening. Here we go. We got some craziness here. So 2,200 in a pot. There's a check raise by Mr. Campbell. He is feeling quite brave after winning my $20, I'm sure. It's a fucking confidence booster. Oh god. There's that little donkey avatar. This is such a dry flop too. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you what Campbell would have. Maybe he'll tell us in the chat what he has. And Campbell takes it down. Fortune favors the bold. Our buddy Soto and Rod are in a pot. Rod was in late position. Oh, there's an all-in at the other table. There's a raise by Brady. Jack Bauer, all-in. Takes it down. Danny B, min raise to open from under the gun. Again, it's like a really low, weird flop. 3 makes a straight, but there's no high cards on board, no weirdness. What's gonna happen? There's an all in here. Taylor takes down Mr. Marshall. So, lesson learned here. One of the things I preach is A, stay out of complicated, difficult calling situations, and B, take it slow early. And I didn't do either of those things. And the player, the king of CHS, Giancarlo, took, basically 3/4 of my stack because I wanted to bullshit around with top pair. And I know better than that, especially on that kind of dry board. And I knew he doesn't play super aggressive in the early going. So, I mean, it smelled like 2 pair at worst, and I was behind, and I played terribly. And then I started acting like an asshole. All standard stuff, though. Alright, so we have 3x from PT. Gan called on button. Hemp called in the big blind. Good pot going now, and there's interest. Good pot here to go. Let's see what's going on at the other tables. We're keeping them open. Oh man, this is what's going on here. King 7's good there. Big hand. Up, there's an all in here. Jerry's all in. Well, not Jerry's all in. Jerry Rivers straight. Hello. Take somebody out. That somebody is Miss Heather Murphy. And Jerry gets a big pot and starts to stack them. Starts to stack them, baby. All right. Campbell. Mike Center. Big pot already brewing. Center's all in, and Campbell has 985 behind. But he has 2 pair, and it's good. Oh, man, Shags McGee just giving chips away to Campbell, who turns to big 2 pair. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, God, let's put the screen up. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So let's see. Let's get the other tables up going. Trying to keep it. This is tough work here. There's an all-in and a call. Oh my God, Campbell is just running like Usain Bolt. And he takes it down. Running like Usain. Running like Usain Bolt with a hurricane tailwind. Oh my goodness. Here we go. 2-0 repairs. Cools 12. Kings hold. Rob Diesel out of the tournament. Cools with a big old pot. Got an all in. Mr. Ali with queens. Campbell with chicanery. He's just nothing. Oh god, he's feeling a little too good there. He's feeling a little too good. Opened under the gun with 9-jack, just not the way to do it. Not the way to do it. Alright, let me bring up the other table, see if anything else is going on here. Bud is all in. 4-way. 1200 in the middle would be a good boost. What's he got? Oh my god! What the hell am I looking at here? Look at this shit. Oh my god! Holy moly. Jerry with quad aces. Oh my goodness, there's the ultimate cooler. I mean, aces over queens is enough, but set of aces over set of queens and then to river quad aces. Holy moly. Bud's still alive with 615 in chips. Ooh, there's some action at the other table. Mr. Dan Bishop with a little min raise and 2 calls. And I'll tell you, man, if this ain't kings or aces, I don't know what's what. I don't know what's what here. Has to be kings or aces. And it runs out. He gets it through and chips up nicely. I'll tell you, Campbell's really trying to use that stack to his favor. Let's see how many are left. There is 20 left still. And we still got 3 tables going. I love Drew, and he's watching. But man, you have to pick your spots a little more discriminately, because it's going to get you in trouble, man. It's going to get you in trouble because you're going to find yourself in really complicated spots, like you have a call. Like here, it starts to get a little hazy, unless of course you have the stone cold crazy bullshit nuts hand. 248. Oh my goodness, just on the rainbow. What's going on here? Center is in for his last 24 chips. 2-4. Another 2 falls down. What is going to happen? And Cool slows down after calling. He called center. Campbell raised it up 500. There's now 3 pots going on here. There's 2 side pots, 1 main pot. Bud is playing for 3,000 in chips. Look at this. And oh, there's a little preview. Jerry and Kim are playing a big pot here. Oh my God, Jerry, you can't fold that. You can't fold that there. You have to get it in. You have to get that in. Oh my God. Oh my God. What in the hell? Now we're down to 2 tables, and that's just funny. That is so funny. Oh man. Jerry, you should have called there. You should have called. Those are the types of ones you win. You can't be adverse to 50-50s. I mean, and there is an outside possibility to maybe be, you know, maybe Kim's getting out of line with ace queen. Probably not, but those, you got to win those. Got to win those. Those are the ones that win you the tournament. Ready, all in. Little double up there. So let's see if we can get both of these. Here we go. All in. Ready. Has Jack Bauer covered. Needs a 6 or an ace. 16%. Aces it up. So how many do we have left here? 17. Campbell, Andrew Campbell. Get your big chip stack leader. We will be sticking around for a while.
Yes, pizza.
Campbell taking out another pot. We're gonna go back to going with like the main table and then bringing in the other table when it gets fancy pantsy. All right, Nick. Open shove here. Gets through. That's funny. One stack has many. I mean, one table has many big stacks, and one table has many short hand stacks. So we'll see. There's a shove by Duels. Just checking out the table, see what's going on. Staying here for the action. The all-in takes down. Jerry flat calls from under the gun. Kim and Jerry mixing it up again. And Jerry's going to take it down with 7-8 suited. So suited connectors are tough to play from early position. So, because if you call and there's like a pre-flop raise, you know, you've already put money in the middle, so you're going to want to call. And then as you see the flop, unless it's a flush or a straight, I mean, you don't, or, you know, two pair or trips or something, you don't have good identification of like where you stand in the hand, and you're going to have to play it out of position. Brady and Kim getting involved. Kim, queens, Brady, AK suited, and ace king flops. Oh, and this is that's a big one. Brady taking it down. Ole, 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 ole. So, but back to the 7-8. So 7-8 suited from early position is tough because unless you really want to have a bunch of callers because you want to flop like a straight or you know to see cards cheaply, because if you flop a pair of sevens or a pair of eights, what ends up happening? So Kim, Jerry, part two, and Jerry takes the pot down. So what happens on the seven, if you flop a set pair of sevens or a pair of eights, it's you're going to want to see another card, but you're playing out of position, so it's going to be hard to get the price you want to see that card. Because if you lead out, you can be easily raised right off the pot. You know, you got a pair of sevens or a pair of eights. You're not going to love it, and you don't really have much improvement from there. If you have a straight or a flush draw, again, you don't have a made hand, so you're going to want to name your price, and you're not really going to be able to do it from. You're going to have to finagle a whole lot more from early position. So, so those suited connectors play well. They play well in the blinds, so small blind or big blind, we can just call one bet, and it snaps some Yahtzee. But or in late position, if you're on the dealer button or you're in the cutoff, and maybe even in the hijack, but definitely the button or the cutoff. Um, so you can already see the action beforehand. You can get your money in, cheaply, and then see the flop, and then play accordingly once you see the flop. But it's a lot of it's position wise. What's going on at the other table? A lot of it has to do with position and how the hand's going to play post flop, because it's real easy for it to get really dirty real quick with those suited connectors. Like the goal is to get to see it as cheap as possible and um, go from there. All right, so there's an all-in. Mr. Ali is all in at the other table. I'm going to bring that forward, and then there's a re-raise from Mr. Butler or Miss Butler, I don't know. But this is a big hand because it's the last one before break. And there's a call, cools. So side pot is in here. Dry flop, 4-4 queen. And Butler, hey, queen high. Ooh, rough. It's going to lose the main pot after the king on the turn. That's one of these. That's one of those stew. That's one of those. You get to stew on that over the break. Had it dead to nuts, and gets nailed with 3-outer. Hurts. It hurts. But it's funny because from this table they moved the biggest stack away to the table that has all the other huge stacks. Like, it's kind of your dream if you're one of the people here. I'll tell you, if you're Bobby, this is a really good setup. Um, really good setup to chip up before the final table, because the tables. Let's see how many are left here. So there's 16 left, and the table, like, unless there's like some weird eliminations with the big stack table, you're going to be able to lay some pressure on these smallish stacks and really be able to exploit it. All right. Oh, you know what? You know what time it is? Australian racing time is what it is. Let's put that up on the screen. 3 minutes to the Gold Coast. Let's put on that audio.
Little pony Emma Brook. So my numbers are 6, 8, 10, and 7.
All right, so got the program up here. Let me try to handicap it a bit. Good track, Gold Coast. That's there. Lots of scratches here. 3, 5, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19. We'll handicap this quickly. Put that on the screen. Going 5.5. It's a good track. 1 horse. It's going to have to show me more. 2. Bad post. Probably going to have to show me more also. 3 and 4, I believe, are scratched. No. Yeah. 3 and 4 are scratched. 3 and 5 are scratched. 4 is going. Okay. First time starter. Maybe. Better than the 1 and the 2. 6. Maybe. 7 is probably going to be too far back. Big closer. Big closer. 8 is kind of flat at first race. What's the scratches? Oh, yeah. 13, 14. Oh, 10's going to be in the early going. And that's the lead. 11 and 12 are tough to get a read on. And 15 and 16 don't look good. So maybe like the 12's got an outside chance here. 12. He's got the good post. The red and the 6. Probably over-betting him. You like the 4, 6, 10, 12. I'm going to play some sort of exacta here. Let's go. 10, 12. With the 4, 6, 10, 12. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Is the race already off? Can we make ourselves sick? How's the race not? What did I do? Take my bet. Oh, it's too late now. Oh, this sucks.
And Grandma was away best of all. Mytho began well. Handy is also Z Star. Nicole Beagle. River Rockets up to 5th now. Hard Labour Petralia over on the inside there is Rough It Up. Next over on the fence is Emma Brook. And Miss Bullets out 3 and 4 wide. Cheetah back towards the tail. And Dream Aids is last of all. It must be the best part of 7 to 8 lengths off the leader. Nicole Beagle and River Rocket now the first 2. Back to 3rd Mytho. 4th is Grandma. 50 inside there is Z Star. Petralia's being wide, likewise Cheetah. Miss Bullets 5 and 6 wide there. Then we've got back near the inside Hard Labour. Emma Brook towards the tail end as well with Dream Ace and also Rough It Up at the 350. But Nicole Beagle took over here. Mytho's up to the 2nd. Running home with Z Star and further out.
Oh my goodness! No, don't do this.
Finishing strongly. Wins up on the outside of Nicole Beagle. Hard Labour down the outside. Z Star. Later's Hard Labour. Hard Labour finishing strongly. Z Star just in front. Hard Labour goes to it, gets up. Hard Labour on the line. Defeats Z Star and Nicole Beagle. Not sure 4th. Grandma, Emma Brook, and Petralia. River Rocket, Mytho, followed by Dream Ace and Cheetah. Rough It Up, and Miss Bullets had a torrid run and dropped down to finish at the tail.
Clean.
So Hard Labour wins the first. Number 8, Michael Carl and Toby and Trent Evans finishing home over the top to win.
Oh man.
And
we'll come back to that in a little bit. That's a little preview. A little preview if you're interested in the horse betting live stream, which we will do later tonight most likely. Let's get back to the poker action. Ooh, big hand on the other table.. Up there's a all in here duels. Dan called from the small blind and duels. Shoved. Alright, some action here. Some action. So no one at this table that I'm showing now has, like, only one person has over 20 blinds, and that's Bobby. Most people barely have, like, 12 big blinds here. Just a really funny how the tables have sorted themselves out here. Oh my goodness. Dan called. Mr. Ali called. Small blind calls. 2,000 in the pot, and that's important because, like, the pot alone is big enough to just see if you can take down. Dan calls another 9. Very interesting here. Very interesting. Gets checked. Dan goes for a min bet, and Cools comes back with a min raise. Oh lordy. And yep, Cools has the 9. Excuse me. Duels with the open shove here. Makes sense. He has a little more than 11 bigs. And he definitely has a stack that he can just open shove and really put pressure. There's nobody here that can comfortably call an 11 big shove. Or, yeah, just not going to happen. So at the other table, Brady went from like a 2,500 stack to a gigantic 31K stack in about between the breaks. Good stuff. Good stuff. Big pot on the other table. Pair of sixes is going to take it down. Alright, the other table has a hand going. Nick is with Shorty. He is involved. Campbell let out, 1,200. Jerry calls. Campbell checks. Jerry checks. Two of the Twitch viewers here. Jerry bets. Drew folds. Jerry takes in another one and is gaining traction with his stack. All in here, Dan, AK, duels with the 9s, and Dan turns to the straight and is going to double up. Ooh, good stuff there, good stuff. Duels all in. Duels with the aces. Oh man, what's going to happen here? Ace going to hold. Yep. Just had Ali covered. Just a little up. We got all in at the other table. Drew all in against Roland, and he takes it down. The action is fad. Wow. let me say that without completely just trashing the English language. The action is fast and furious. The action is bad. The action is bad. Nick's all in, short stack. Scott Citron calls. 2 left to act. Drew is in the small blind. He is contemplating a call, and he puts some chips in. Brady with the big old monster sack, 1,100 into a pot of, I mean, it's like 5 to 1, and there's an ISO jam here. Ole, 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 ole. And that ISO jam is exactly what you want to do in a spot like that, especially with like a hand like this, and it works. Gets the chips, gets the win. Anyone who had a 6, you didn't have enough to call the ISO jam, so there's that. Nick is out of the tournament. We are down to, what do we got here? We're down to 13. Yep, down to 13. Duels is continuing to play the short stack well. Just has good jam equity here. There's really good jam equity. So I mean, it's pretty. As a poker player, you got to. As a poker player, you have to kind of understand your ranges and the opponent's ranges, because like you have to understand duels is probably shoving fairly open. You know, he's not obviously he's not shoving like 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces at every hand. So I mean, you have to open up your calling range. Since his jamming range is much more open, your calling range has to be more open. So, you know, his jamming range probably includes like, you know, like almost any Broadway. So, you know, when you know someone's shoving a lot, like, you know, if they're shoving basically probably any ace, honestly, like probably like probably like Jack Queen suit, Jack King suit, Queen King suit, like even any pocket pair, like, you know, you're gonna have to kind of bite the bullet. And if your ace 5 isn't in your calling range, it probably needs to start being in your calling range, because your blinds are just going to eat you alive. And, you know, by the time you get a good hand, you'll have like a blind and a half left. And you're going to get called, and you're just not going to like the run out very much, I'm sure. So, I mean, yeah, it's not. Yeah, if you think poker is just calling bets and seeing flops, then you don't understand poker, because there's many different things, and this is just another aspect of it. It's just another aspect of the game. You know, whether is it like the core? Is it like the core of the game? No, it's not. It's not how you play the game in, you know, like hour 1 or the first 30 minutes. But it's just a fact of tournament life that at some point you're probably going to have a short stack. at some point the big blinds are probably going to start eating you alive. And there's a big all in at the other table. Bruddy has kings, but Roland with ace queens outflops him and gets the chips and gets the double up. So yeah, like push full poker is a definite fact of tournament life and definite fact of shorthanded tournament life. Like if you enjoy seeing flops, like, you know, just bet a cash, just play a cash game and see flops on a cash game. That's just kind of how it goes. And Butler with the big had 2 overcards in this gutter, and the gutter gets there and cools is now the short stack at the table. Bobby called that one. Bobby called that one. He said no jam, so you got to. And duels showed them aces. Like, you got, you know, at some point, like, you do something a little tricky. It probably polarizes you. So sometimes, just like if you're going to get in the habit of jamming a lot, you know, if you run in those aces, like, and you feel compelled to kind of to baby play it, don't just shove like you did, and hopefully everyone comes in like they're supposed to. This also is a good illustration of comparing just shoving compared to just like opening like 2.2x. And the fact of the matter is, almost all the time, both type of bets get the same type of result, except when you 2.2 exit and you just happen to get played back on, you can fold it. You can release it, or that's what you can risk to steal the blinds. You can steal the blinds with a 2.2x, even compared to a shove. Like, it doesn't have to always be a shove. It's just putting money into the pot is a powerful move when you get this short. So if you have enough chips to like raise fold, and you have an opportunity to steal those blinds, well, then steal away. Putting like that middle, like maybe like, it's funny because a min raise people look at and they're like, that's not much. Let me call that. But you make it a little more than minimum, and suddenly everyone's like, oh my god, that's not a min raise. Someone actually took the time to fucking put a number in, or click a button, or or do something besides bet the minimum. And suddenly everyone's like, you get people thinking. You know what happens when you get people thinking? They're like, their circuits go out. They go nuts. Some action at the other table. There's 3-way action here. Let's go see it. Roll and see. This is Taylor takes down top pair, but this is where it gets dangerous. Like, for a guy like Roland, who likes to see a lot of flops, it gets dangerous late in the tournament, because when you see that when you see so many flops, you're going to get in a tough spot, and these tough spots get way expensive. Way expensive, like later in the tournament compared to early. Ooh, Campbell's in with the ace three, he flops a pair. Is he going to get the run out? Oh my goodness, look at this. What a guy. Oh my goodness. What a guy. Usain Bolt. Up here we go. Cools is all in. Bobby calls. He has kings. Cools is in a tough spot here. 10% with 2 cards to go. 2%. 10% with 2 cards to go. 2% now. No dice. Bobby chips up a little bit. Field is thinning. And there is, let's see, there's 5 at this table. And there's 7 at this one. So they're probably going to move someone at some point real soon. Dan and Soto are involved here. Dan with a half pot bet gets to re-raise. What's going to have 10-3 in the big blind. And that's it. Dan is out. Tough one there. Basically one of those like short-handed late tournament coolers. Obviously you can't fold top pair there. Got to get it in. Just not. The card gods are not in your favor sometimes. The reality of these is, yeah, in a tournament, you got to take your medicine. Sometimes you run good, sometimes you run bad. You got to just kind of stick it out and jam through it and try to collect the, try to stay on the good side of the beats. Here we go. Campbell involved in the pot with Brady, who seems to have had Campbell's number so far. Campbell with a little less than the third X. He gets the pot. He gets it through. That's a big pot. He chips up. And he shows just his bluff. What an animal. Firing bullets. Firing bullets. Oh, brother. That's funny. So rolling called. There's a 3x raise here. Rolling called. Then he let out. Now he gets jammed on. You can't. I like rolling too. I like rolling very much, but you can't do things. You can't keep putting yourself in spots like that. It's going to kill you. It just kills your stack, and each time your stack takes a hit like that, it makes you sad. It makes you really sad, and it makes your chances of winning that much difficult. You know, you just got to let go, let the hand go, and try to find better spots. You go from, again, you pivot from a poker, like the person said, oh, I want to play. I guess we're not playing poker anymore. It's just like you have to change up from the mindset of, hey, calling and seeing flops to raising or re-raising to take down pots, or opening pots specifically to take them down. It's just kind of changing up how you're playing the game here. So we have a raise, and then we have a call. Big cards on the flop. Ace, Jack, King. No action. Duels. And a blind versus blind. 4, 5, 8, 2 spades. Boom, 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 boom.
Jay, we gotta go outside.
All right, Lohu action at the other table. And Brady with a big takedown. I think this is the first time I've seen this person Brady play. They probably came from one of the other poker groups. And based on their play, probably mark this person off as a shark. Dangerous. Campbell getting there with the river 8 for a little small pot. Duels opens about 11 bigs. Up, we got an all in here. Brady versus Hemp. God, the counterfeit. Ooh. Brutal. The 5s get counterfeited with the 2 pair on board. That smarts. Duels all in. Jerry with the 4s. And the turns of 4. Yikers. Duels is out. Jerry is in with a big stack. We got all in at the other table. Andrew taking a long time to think about it. Give me the old Wonder Rooney. No callers. Ooh, pot size bet. Pot size bet. Brock trying to sneak one through here. Gets raised. Gets check raised here. This is a tough one. Nothing. Bets the pot. Brock's got to go all in if he wants to call this one. He's going to tank it. And release. Tough one there. No show, no show. All right. There's a 3x raise from the small blind, and there's a defense from Mr. Butler or Mrs. Butler. I don't know. We got some fireworks burning on the other table. Taylor let out. Drew folded. And we have a bet and a call here. This pot's getting bigger. This is a dirty blind versus blind battle. Oh, I mean, this has question marks all over it. Yeah, there's a push there. There's a push. Getting a little overextended there. Oh, another table. They're tangoing again. Taylor and Campbell. All cards are out there. All cards are out there. What's going to happen? Fold. After a long tank fold up. Wow. Jerry had kings against fours. Not going to do it. Although she hit trips on the turn with the fours, I guess, earlier, about 30 minutes ago. We got an all-in, rolling, all-in from the small blind. Rolling is in the big blind with maybe 7 bigs. Not many. He gives up the hand, though. We got a 3x raise from the hijack. Is there going to be a blind defense here? There will be. And we get one of these, like, now we're getting these juicy flops. We're getting these flops that are like, especially when you have a blind involved. These get real sketchy. Real sketchy here. Real sketchy. The 2 big stacks are going at it on the other table. I'll bring that up if it gets a little out of hand. Butler takes it down. I think there's a check raise here. Let's go. Let's see it. What's going on here? And Taylor is on a tear. He is 3-betting. He is pushing. He is shoving. He showed aces. $3-3-5. Jerry just shoved. Probably has sevens, maybe. Oh, showed him nothing. Showed him nothing. There you go, Jerry. That's what I'm talking about. Showed him a bunch of jiggity. Bunch of Bo Diddley on him. That's what I'm talking about. Show him that stank. Show him that stank. Show him like, hey. Show you what this is all about. Put some stank on it. That got me pumped. Got me pumped here. Show him the stank. All right. So there's an open. There's a min open by Soto, and Bobby in the big blind has reshoved and takes it down. Campbell tried to flat call in the small blind, got the old shoveroonie. Oh, we're all in. Yeah, all in. Soto with a 3x from under the gun. We'll try to piecemeal it. That gets through. And there's a call. Rolling calls. He's dead to a 6. Dead to a 6. Doesn't get it. Knocked out. Rod with a desperate double up here. And we go to the final table. Let's final table commentary. Let's go. So we'll update that. So we are back to 9-handed. Nine-handed. Let me see what the payouts are. Boom, 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 boom. Top 5 get paid. 480, 324, 180, 120, and 9 to 6. So half the table gets paid. All right, the pot's getting bigger. Jerry is involved here. There's a lot of draws and a lot of stuff that got there. So many draws hit. This is tough. This is tough, and Soto has to think about it, because if you want to stay in this pot, you're probably going to have to pay a hefty price. And yeah. Jerry takes it down. Runner forced to take it down with trip 4s. Soto with a 3x raise. This is any kind of, I was going to say any kind of action probably gets him all in here. Jerry with a quick check. Jerry with another quick check. And then, yeah, Jerry just shoves. I mean, it's... And there's a call, 8-jack. Oh, Soto got there. That's tough. That's a tough one. Kind of two people playing possum. Two people playing possum. So they want a 3x. Scott just says all in. All in. No 3x in here. Quick all in. Two folds. 3x from the hijack. Shove from the button. The question has to be, how light is the shove? I mean, I'd probably call as light as like ace 10 suited. I'd probably call almost all pocket pairs. Maybe not the worst ones. Maybe like everything except 2s, 3s, and 4s. It's really, honestly, it's one of those spots that not even necessarily him, but Campbell has a shovable stack here. So when you 3 exit there, your idea has to be, you know, if there's a shove, what am I doing? You know, am I snap folding? Am I, you know, it's like what are the options here? So Brady with the shove, putting some pressure on the shorter stacks. This would be really crazy. No, I was going to say this is going to be really crazy if another like 9 came out to counterfeit. But Hemp is out of the tournament. Ninth place. There's going to be some really interesting hands now because Brady is going to be dealer on the button when Taylor here is big blind for the time being. So it's going to be interesting how that dynamic plays out because they are pretty clear, the 2 big stacks. Hey, not super clear. I mean, all the stacks are, the blinds are really starting to bump up there, but it's just going to be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out. All right, so we have a blind versus blind. We have a 6 Jack Jack 3 on board. Blinds up. So Taylor goes a little less than 4x here, and this is kind of his MO. He likes to go like 4x a lot in this situation, especially when he has a stack. So with a call under the gun, we'll see what that leads into. Taylor with a flat call. Very interesting plays here. 5-7-8 rainbow. This can get testy here. This can get testy. Taylor takes it down. Yielding. Yeah, he had sevens. All right. Campbell's all in. Yeah, 6 bigs had to go in sometime. Is he going to get through? That is the question. And it does get through. Campbell living to see another day, or at least another couple of hands. Bobby is short stack now. He's waiting to get something good in there. Butler with the little more than 3x here. Jerry on the button calls. Wonder if Scott's going to try to ISO maybe, if he has like any ace. Shove, ISO shove. No. Ooh, 9-9 queen. 7K in the pot. Goes check, check. There's a very, that's not much of a bet, but is enough to take it down. I mean, when you only have to risk like almost a min bet to win a pot, that's almost 9 big blinds. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. It doesn't get much better than that. But again, it just shows efficiency. Like, you don't need to bet 6,000 chips to win a 7,000 pot. You just need to show, hey, I'm interested. And lo and behold, what happens? You take the pot down. You know, you're telling the person you're facing, like, you either have to have the stones to 3-bet me, or to raise me and put more chips into the pot, or call me and, you know, hope you see some prayer of a card, even though you may be infinitely behind in the hand. So there's that. So Butler with a 3.5x. Bobby shoves it, reshoves, and we're going to see some action here. Oh, this is, I was going to say that's, and they both have ace king. Oh, Bobby has a 4 flush. Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? No, it's not going to happen. Oh, it was close, though. Tell you, if I'm Bobby there, I'm so pumped when I see that 4 flush. I'm like, come on, one time. Oh my god. That's so oh, that's really funny. You know, you play poker long enough and you just, you know, the same calls kind of pop up, the same things running through your head. Taylor went with his usual, like, almost 4x. Bobby shoves. Oh. There you go. This is like a really bad hand for Taylor also, so it was good. It was a really good shove by Bobby, but it's a really bad. The sizing's really bad there by Taylor because I mean, like 10 Jack offsuit, like Bobby's probably gonna like Bobby with anything even remotely worthwhile is good enough to shove there, shove light. He's not he's not a tight player, and then you like and then you show people that you're like 4xing light. I mean, you can turn it into a positive where like people play back at you or shove on you, but I like to be more mysterious. I like to have people think that I'm like playing with like premiums. Oh man, yeah, man, I got like ace queen every time, ace king every time, man. Every time I open a pot 4x, or every time I open a pot for a raise, yeah, man, I got a great hand. But I mean, if you watch Taylor enough, like playing these tournaments, you understand that he's probably betting light on some of his opens, so it shouldn't be super surprising to see that. All right, so Soto min raise from the button. Freddie with the defense. Oh God, okay. Here we go. What are we watching? Taylor with a flat call from under the gun. He's shown to flat a lot with pocket pairs. Under the gun, maybe it's a little, maybe it's to disguise like a higher pocket pair, but there's definitely things in his range. So Bobby's are chipping up. Definitely dangerous once he starts getting a comfortable stack. Jerry opens the pot on a 3x. Any kind of action, probably going to have to get it in. Here we go. We are rooting for you, Jerry. We are rooting for up. Campbell's tanking. He's got something to think about. He ends up folding, though. Jerry, you got to call this. You can't fold here. You have to call. No good. No good. This is kind of how it goes. But you can't fold there. You can't fold simply because the remaining chips you have are just going to everybody and their mother's going to call. And their father. Everyone and their mother and their father's going to call any bet you may get into. So have to try to call there, pick up some chips. I mean, the preferable scenario is that you can chip up earlier. The kind of line of demarcation is 10 big blinds. If you start to get below 10 big blinds total, like 8, 9, 10, you're going to have to find some place to shove, because once you get below that, any move you're making has no actionable equity on the players you're playing against, and you're just going to get involved in hands where someone just kind of is basically priced in, and or multiple players priced in, and you're going to be like 3 or 4 handed. I mean, 3 or 4 like all in against 3 or 4 people, it's just not going to go well. So yeah, like if you have like 10 big blinds, you have to look for an immediate all in on like the next orbit to stay competitive, because the blinds are going to raise up. You're going to get hit with the order, you're going to get hit with the blinds in another orbit, and then suddenly like your 10 bigs are going to like evaporate into like 5 or 6 bigs, and you're not going to have any position to kind of push people or steal blinds. So you got to start kind of thinking about that, or doing that at 9 or 10 bigs to really stay competitive and relevant as the blinds go around and the blinds go up. Campbell hanging tough here, but he has just less than 7 big blinds, and the big blind is approaching him. Needs to get it in real soon, real soon. Not going to be this hand though. We got 7 left. We're not even on the bubble yet, so you can't kind of fold your way into the money at this point. So you're going to have to try to sneak in at some, get it all in and chip up here. And they are on break, so I will take a bathroom break and get something to snack on, and I will be back in 5 minutes. I'm here just sparing you the sight and sounds of me chopping down on pizza. I'll be back talking and being able to see me in a minute. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Campbell went all in, took the blinds. He's all in again. He gets called this time. He has trays. Gets ace-10. Is he going to hold? He needs a hold. He needs a hold. Oh, and it doesn't hold. Blown. Blown on the river. Sad face. He did take my 20 bucks though, so. Butler with the 3x. Takes it down. Butler with the 3x again. This time from under the gun. Takes it down again. All right, Brady races from the button. There's a defense of the big blind by Butler. Continuation bet and a fold. Honestly, at like this point in time with the blinds how they are, like that's really the name of the game. Bumping it up and then, you know, seeing if your continuation bet goes through, and if it doesn't, kind of scaling it back because the pot's already going to be pretty damn big. So we got a 3x from Scott, and we get a re-raise by Bobby, and he has aces. And Scott is looking, he has a double gutter that doesn't get there. And I think Bobby's probably looking at that and just shaking his head like, ugh. Like, ugh. That was definitely like a moment. That's just not what you expect to see, like someone call you with when you jammed. This is not what you expect to see. Freddie opened under the gun. It's just a little bit less, so about 2.4x. Soto on the reshove. Nine ace versus 9 jack. That's interesting. And Brady takes it down. Soto is the bubble boy. Now, if you recall, earlier in the night, Soto and I exchanged words in your standard online chicanery and menagerie. I take no Schadenfreude and, you know, getting eliminated on the bubble. But if any lesson is learned, he learned, don't speak ill of the stream, bro. Don't speak ill of the stream. You can hate on me all you want, but don't make fun of the stream. It has mystical voodoo powers, and it hears all, and it knows all. Alright, so let's see how Bobby's going to play this. He opened it for about two and a half. Brady calls from position, so we go to a flop. Oh, I can hear you talk now. Oh, whatever. Alright, this pot's getting big. Alright, Bobby gets there on the river. So what?
How much you paying for?
Oh, I'm out of the tournament now. I'm just commentating. It was for $40. You were sleeping for a good long time. Probably like 4.5 hours. Alright, 3 to this flop. 2, 6, 9, 2 hearts. We'll see how this plays out. So Scott's been playing aggressively. Yeah, I mean these two guys would know that. So checking to him would not be a surprise if you want to play back. But nobody's playing back here.
Up, come on. Up. There we go.
Say hi to the people. Smelly. Smelly.
Why does it make it seem like you're a little close to the camera?
I scooted the camera like angle, but I can resize it so that it looks away. But I might as well have my big ugly face on there. Skeeter, say hi to everybody. Oh, look, 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 look. Oh, how's your baby? Ew. You smell. You smell.
How many viewers do you have?
Right now I have one. Smelly.
Is it feet?
Feet was there earlier.
Oh.
What's this? What's this? What's this? Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at your
Who's in
face.
there on A-Rod?
This is nobody. There we go.
Is there left?
Yeah, well, basically everybody's left.
It's a little late, so I'm not surprised.
It's not too late.
Well, yeah, quarantine, everybody's up at like this time.
Yeah, everybody's up. Everybody's up at 11 at this time.
If you're not, that's just weird.
You're just a loser.
Well, it's kids, it's definitely up. But what you need to be up all night again before they take a nap. Thanks for making an appearance. Bye-bye.
All right, Bernie with a 2x. Taylor contemplating playing this out from the button, and he will play it out. He's going to put in his 3. Going to put in the raise here. And the raise is good.
More hard too.
That's okay.
It's so good. It's supposed to be extremely, but you know, nothing's sour for us anymore. Once you get past spicy, nothing hurts. Except for warheads. I still can't do warheads. I just actually suck all the sourness off of it.
So Bobby led the turn after the flop was checked around, and then Taylor called the turn. Now Bobby leads out for a pot-sized bet. It looked pretty trappy. There. Is he at ace jack?
Is it only between 2 people now?
No, there's 5 people still left.
Yeah.
I'm fine, thank you. All right, Butler's the short stack. Bobby opens up with a min raise here. Taylor in a big blind. What's he going to do? What is he going to do? He's going to defend. They check the flop. What's Bobby going to do here? Min bet. Actually, not a min bet. Ooh, I was going to say, does a 9 play? It does not. It does not play. Interesting. Bobby min raises under the gun. And Butler comes with a reshove here. And put Bobby to the test. Butler's a short stack, but he's not super short stacked. Here we go. Taylor 4x under the gun. What's going on? Man, oh, there's pizza. Yes, it shouldn't be too cold. I still warm up. Domino's. This chicken and bacon on one. Another one is maybe like sausage. You better hurry up because I have 3 left.
If you try to say that, let's not.
Brady and Taylor playing this pot. There's a clubs on board. A little blind versus blind battle. And Brady releases. And Taylor is your chip leader. Although any double up from anybody puts them in pretty good shape. With that said, Butler has less than 10 bigs here. He's going to need to look to get it in fairly soon because shorthanded blinds are going to eat you alive. Eat you alive. So Taylor just flats from a small blind, and then Butler checks it. 2-6 queen on the flop. Taylor with a quick call and a check. Butler with a 1/3 pot bet, and there's a call. Taylor checks it again. And what's going to happen? And Taylor has a 6, and Butler shows the runner flush. Oh my goodness! I mean, that's just one of those things. It kind of, Taylor's laying the trap. Butler's naming his price. He's firing those bullets, and there's nothing. This is kind of the one where, like, amateurs get really upset about something like that. They're like, "Oh my God, you hit your hand on the river." It's like, I also was a person betting every single freaking street. Like, what do you want me to do? You didn't do anything. I mean, it'd be one thing if I just bet awkward, if I checked and then you bet and I was calling everything, or you re-raised or something. You showed any kind of, aggression or interest. But if I'm naming the price and you're calling the price and then I get there, it's just whatever. It's water under the bridge. You got a deal. All right, so Butler raised it up from the button, and Bobby in the small blind shoved. So this is like one of these classic examples of, like, this is like the reason why you want to, well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's like two. I mean, it makes sense. You want to release that, though. Bobby gets through, and it's now, now everybody, this is like, it's a bunch of whatever.
Oh, now you want to follow me because I got food? You're growling at me, so now.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna tell you, our Butler is like hating life because he's getting pressured a lot. He's opening pots and getting pressured, and this, like, and here's the thing, like, about this. It's like, this is why you don't want to open. This is why you want to open pots with kind of like poopy, like just terrible, like almost just like junky starting hands more, or a lot of the time, because when you get 3-bet those times, it's like, okay, whatever, my 3-bet doesn't go, my open doesn't steal the blinds. But then, like, you open something that is worthwhile, like, hey, I'm gonna open 10 8 suited, and then the next thing you know, you get 3-bet, and you're like, oh fuck, I don't want, I don't, or, you know, you open up something. So, you know, and you know, and you do have to take stock in those situations, but it gives you even more reason to open up your opening betting range. So, you know, because in those situations, I mean, like 10 ace, like you may not, you may want to get in it, you may not, depending on who you're facing against. But when you have a bad hand, you know exactly what your end goal is, and that is to steal the blinds. You want to steal the blinds as your only goal, and if you get 3-bet, easy release. But when you got those in-betweener hands, it's like, now and if you don't offset that with some blind stealing hands, then players are going to be able to kind of pick up on that, and they're going to that, um, that your range is kind of, light, that it doesn't, I mean, or that it's, a typical set of hands, and then they can put themselves in spots where they just ISO you when they have, good starting hands, and then, they can play against you much easier or much more confidently, and you don't want to give them that satisfaction because you want to win the pots, and you want to know your spots better than the other person. So that is how that one goes. So now we are in strict, like, push shove territory, and this is these. And if you watch the stream, if you watch the stream, or if you've watched the stream at any point in time, or you watch the highlights, God bless you. God bless you. You are a wonderful person, and you will be blessed with luck moving forward. But if you watch any of these streams, like, one of the things that you'll notice that I do in spots like this is once I get to chip lead, we pressure everybody. I mean, we're already in the money, but we apply max pressure to the point, like, ad nauseum. You hate me. I'm ugly. I'm a terrible person. You want me to, like, burn in a fire. That's how much I push the action in these spots, because I know how uncomfortable it makes most players. Now here it's a little different because a lot of the players here are better, I guess you can say, more active, more amp, more amp to more apt, I should say, more apt to play aggressively and to play back than usual, than some of the standard players in the group. But um, you at a certain point, you know, you have to determine where your edge is, and a lot of times my edge is in being able to open and get away from hands. So, open, 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 and then maybe occasionally 3-bet or something. Someone else is open, and then get away from it, and then just, like, hey, I don't, make it so that the decision is easy, and then, rein in what I'm trying to do there. So I don't get stuck in a spot where it's like, well, do I want to call off all my stack with, like, 6s? It's like, no, because I don't go to those spots. I end up just saying, okay, well, we're gonna open with, like, 3-8, and if it gets called or raised, we go back, or maybe I do have a hand like 6s, 7s, or 8s, and then I say, okay, I'll 3-bet, but if I get raised back, I release it, or if I get just called, I'm going to play it extremely um, carefully, cautiously. So the blinds are at 800, 1600, and right now, besides Taylor, no one else has more than 20 bigs. So, I mean, the blinds are going to come around. There's going to be a lot more openings. you're going to see a lot less post flop play. And then as the stacks start to dwindle, and if Taylor's able to keep increasing his lead, and the smaller stacks start to get more closer to each other, you're going to start seeing more pressure being able to be applied, because the other players are going to be kind of, you're going to find those ICM chip spots where, it'd just be better to fold virtually, all hands against a big stack raise against any of these, just for the smaller stack to possibly go busto. So those are the types of spots you'll see here. So Brady and Taylor are going at it. Like I said earlier, this was going to be an interesting kind of dynamic here. Oh, wow. And Brady gets eliminated. Taylor had the bigger flush. Brady had the smaller flush, and that's tough. It's just flush over flush, and especially when you're this short, you're just, you're not going to be able to find your way out of that one. And if nothing else, this makes Butler and Scott very happy to be able to keep in chip shop. I mean, honestly, that's funny. Like I would assume that's like a joke. But, I mean, at this point, Taylor should just run this table over. And I mean, based on his like final table playing style, typically, like he'll just 4x everybody. And I mean, everybody's hoping just to ladder. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like ICM calculations, like Bobby should almost just fold everything except premiums, because like Butler has what, 5 big blinds maybe. Scott has less than 10. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, at this point, it's just kind of silly. Butler's all in. Taylor raised it up. Has 9s. Flops a boat. Just kind of, yeah. That's So Taylor just takes that again. Like I said, Bobby's in such an ICM chip shot position with a big stack, and the blinds being so big that, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. Like, Taylor almost has a hammer lock on, at least getting first or second here. So a little blind versus blind action. Bobby has like no reason whatsoever to like get out of hand unless he falls ass backwards into, like, yeah. I mean, like, there's no reason to like try to steal. Yeah. Taylor's probably gonna raise like almost every hand, and it's just not gonna be a big deal, And so he 4x'd it, the usual. Again, Bobby's in that spot where just ICM, so basically let's see here. I mean, it's a big jump from third to second. So, I mean, it's $144. So, I mean, Bobby can just kind of chillax a little bit, see if Scott has any interest in, busting out, and Taylor has the absolute best view of this because he can just keep on raising, and Bobby's pinned to only calling premiums. Scott is going to have to basically just call all in, or else, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have enough blinds to make any, to generate any fold equity really at this point. So, what the blinds just went up to 900, 1800. So we'll see how this goes. We will see how this goes. And yeah, 10 high. And yeah, it's just one of those. I mean, yeah. So 1800, that's not even, that's like 4.5 bigs. Really, I mean, it's almost a cringy spot for Bobby because, Taylor can call it. I was like, sweep everybody. No, Bobby. Ooh, ace queen against 10 queen. Yeah, that flop was good for ace queen. Oh no. Oh no. That is infuriating. Such a good flop, and that turn just disaster. And they switch roles now. And yeah, and Taylor was kind of like a nod to like. We'll see what Bobby can do. He's gonna have to find a spot. Just wasn't a. That was a ball crusher, to put it simply. So now Scott is in the ICM spot that Bobby was in, and so the trade spot, and Taylor just gets to collect the blinds and shit. All right, ace high for Bobby. Can he come back on it? Flop was respectable for him. Oh, don't do it, board, and it doesn't do it, and Bobby's come back and swap spots again. Like I said, Taylor's in such a good spot just to look at this, just to look at it and be like, yeah. It's like, yep. Alright, here we go. It's going to be all in. Taylor bumped it up. Gets raised ace 2 against 2 jack. Oh no. It's a 4 flush. And then he flops a jack. Oh, but the ace comes back. Oh my god, that's funny. Man. That's crazy. Alright, so let's see if Bobby can make a nice little comeback here. It's gonna be tough. The blinds. He's got a little more than he's got like 11 bigs. It's certainly one double up goes right back in it, but just a dry run of just like even a short run of just like bad or mediocre hands that can't shove or can't call a raise or anything. It's just going to drill the stack. So got to get in any ace, maybe even any king, probably any king, any ace, any king, any two Broadway. All right, we're seeing a flop here. Seeing a flop. Rainbow 3-10 queen. Dealing with the half pot. Takes down. shows kings. Alright, Taylor call, Bobby shoves. He has aces. Wow. That 98% on the flop, 100% on the turn. I'll tell you, that is a good hand to have. And definitely a good hand to be facing. I mean, ace queen against aces, holy moly. It's like the best situation ever, just having a hand dominated. I mean, love that. Love it. So he's back in it, but he's still, I mean, he's still needs one double up or two good hands. So I'm different from a lot of people in situations like that, especially like heads up. Like my heads up battles are always quick because I like to get money in the middle. Like not necessarily even all in. I like to raise. I like to min raise. I like to min 3-bet. You know, I like to mix it up a lot. Like I'm a brawler when I play heads up. Like we're not Floyd Mother, Floyd Mother. Like what am I? How tired am I? We're not Floyd Mayweather when we get heads up. We are fucking Hearns and Hagler in that bitch, and we are fighting. We are brawling. We are like we touch gloves, and then we are just going. It's going to be crazy, raising, re-raising. You know, people are going to be winning pots with freaking like third pair. You know, big pots are like third pair. People are going to be shoving with air. You know, it's just going to be like a hurricane of action. I'm not into like an hour-long grind session of back and forth. Like, I don't care how big my edge is. Like, I'll try to exploit my edge by having a sparring session instead of a hour and a half heads up grind. So far, touch and go right now. Touch and go. Blinds are up to 1-2 in a minute, so it's going to get tougher for Bobby to kind of maneuver his way around. This is an interesting flop. 8-10 Jack. There's a lot of stuff that's represented here. A lot of draws. 9 makes a straight. 2 flush draws out there. I mean, this is scary house flop. And if you're tailoring, you have any piece of these draws, you know, you're loving life being in position here. I wonder if Bobby's going for a trap here. He is not. He is not. And yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Taylor would show that. I doubt Bobby had anything of consequence, so. Right. So, obviously, yeah, bottom pair. You can't call there. There's too many things that got there. You would have, but I mean, it's possible. It's hard to find a call here, you know, in that spot, but it would certainly be possible. It wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't be a stunner. That's a misstep there. If, you know, Taylor, if Taylor keeps dicking around with like these like oversized races, you know, you're gonna find yourself in, you know, in not so good positions. But I mean, so far he hasn't gotten too far out of line with what's going on. I think Bobby needs to go for some more maneuvering from like when he's small blind here. I mean, he certainly has room to like min raise or even small raise in, you know, and put some pressure on. Like just doesn't have to be a one-sided street of pressure. Like Bobby can certainly make Taylor think about this harder than he is right now. He's the only time he's really putting Taylor's feet to the fire is when he shoves, but you know, there's definitely room to kind of make that, to get active from the small blind here. Here he goes. Maybe I telegraphed this information to him telepathically. So he min raise, Taylor called, and he shoved and took it down. So almost like clockwork. He did exactly what I was thinking. Ace 9 ace. Ooh, not much to go off here. Bobby checked. Taylor bet and Bobby calls. And it's a rainbow. Now Taylor fires a second bullet on a 2/3 bet. Bobby calls. Is he going to fire a 3x bullet? He's going to triple barrel this pot. He's all in. Bobby calls. And wow, I'll tell you, that is some ballsy poker there. That's good playing right there. That was well played. Shout out to Bobby for that one. That, you know, he stuck to his guns, and he knew Taylor was capable of going with a triple barrel, and you know, he stood his ground with that second pair, and yeah, I mean, so some people may be watching this and be like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you know, he had second pair all the way, you know, he had, you know, with the aces on board on the ace 9 ace flop, of course he'll just call it off. Yeah, but I mean, there's other factors in play. To get all the money, to get your opponent to send you all the money to call all 3 barrels, you know, it took some stones. So shout out, props to Bobby on that. on the way that was played, and that gave him the chip lead in this, well, or just about, very close to the chip lead. Or yeah, he did. He had the chip lead because he's in a big blind here. So yeah, he had the chip lead momentarily. Ooh, and Taylor. Ooh, Taylor Rivers that wheel, and Bobby goes on the. Yikes. That was a good one. I mean, as well as Bobby played the other one, Taylor also played that one very well. You know, he got almost max value from. Taylor was able to pinch that one. Interesting. Another interesting flop here. Turner River, I mean, the board shows 9 high. And Bobby comes storming back. He has second pair again and nails him again with second pair. You know, I always have a gut feeling that, you know, Bobby probably calls for his tournament life there if Taylor shoves. So he was ready. You know, Bobby's ready for it. He's ready. He's really starting to get a good feel of how Taylor's playing. So he's really in a spot to try to take advantage of what he's seeing here. Little banter back and forth. Always a good thing. Always a good thing. Queen comes on. Straights are possible. Bobby goes half pot. Takes it down. Now he's chipping up. Now he's got the lead. It's a barn burner. There's a heads up barn burner here. Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and there's a break right now. Oh my goodness. Oh, help me, please. Help me, please. Let's bet some racing from Australia. Goldburn. Race 4, soft track. Alright, 1 scratch and we got 13 left. Alright, let's put this over here so you can see it. Whoops. What am I doing? I'll move this over here for now. Put this here. This here.
That's not still. Is the live stream over there?
Nope.
It hurts so bad.
Maiden race. 2 and 3 look interesting. Look kind of even. If the price is right, we can go on them. 4 is a deep closer. Interesting. You're betting a 5. I'm not a fan. Outside posts, these speeds are just slow. I mean, 3rd and 4th, he hasn't really done anything. Toss him. 6 is going to be too far back. 7. Gonna have to show me something. 8's got a chance here. He's coming out of. Maybe we'll give him a race. He's got a chance though. I mean, he was facing winners. He was okay in the maiden race, even though he's really long odds. I don't know. 9, not a fan. 10 looks too slow. 11 looks too slow. 12 maybe an outside chance for like 3rd, but I'm still not a big fan. So 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 8, and maybe a 12 for 3rd. All right, so let's bet this. 3, 4. The 3, 4, 8 with the 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. We'll bet this for 40 cents total. 2 40-cent triple bets. Still on break here. I'll monitor it. We'll watch the race. Hear the call.
She's out to $34 on the fixed marketplace, the tab fixed odds. She's locked away your hand in mine. Now they're about to lead up Walloping. He's got blinkers on for the first time. John's Law's coming forward too. So John's Law about to walk up. Renwick's about to come forward. He's had a little bit of late support, Renwick. 5, touch 5.50, back to $5. So he's in. John's Law comes up now.
The tourney's restarted.
Grapper's Girl about to link into her gate. Jess Taylor riding for Richard Litt.
If anything crazy happens.
She's in now, Grapper's Girl. Here's She Surreal in the Racing New South Wales Club's colours. She's walking up She Surreal. And there's 2 to get ready there. Heimberg and Walloping, who hadn't loaded up. He'll be the last one forward. So here is the favourite, Heimberg.
Poker.
$1.85 for him in from $2.50.
Check on the flop.
He's all the rage. And he set Heimberg, and that leaves it for Walloping to complete it. And they will be set for race number 4. So $1.85 Heimberg, $5 Mick and Nix and Renwick. And they're all in the gates. Race 4. Set to jump. Ready. And they're off at the mile. She Surreal bounced well. Heimberg is showing some speed. Your Hand in Mine's rolling forward with Grapper's Girl. So it's going to be She Surreal who's going to lead onto the course proper at the 1400. From Grapper's Girl, second, Heimberg up there, third the outside, and Your Hand in Mine's deep going forward. Tuning Soe came Mr. Resilient. Next on the rails, settling down in midfield is Golden Eclipse. Walloping is wide. They're followed by John's Law. Tuning Soe Renwick, who's underneath Mick and Nix. Two further back, Shenzi, second last. Sassy Snowstorm is last on the fence. It's been a good gallop as they run the first turn at the 900. Your Hand in Mine, after being caught deep, she pressed on and took it up now. Led by a length and a half to the race favourite Heimberg. A length away into placing She's Surreal. Two Mr. Resilient fourth. Down on the inside, Grapper's Girl in fifth placing. They're followed then by Walloping.
Need closers
2.5
here.
further back came John's
I don't
Law
have any
outside
of this
Golden Eclipse.
chicanery
2
up
lengths Mick
front.
and Nix. They're followed then
None
by
of it.
Renwick inside Shenzi and 2.5 Sassy
Can we please pick it up
Snowstorm.
from the back,
It's been a
please?
brutally run race coming around the turn at the 450. Your Hand in Mine about to be joined by Heimberg. 2 lengths away, She's Surreal to the outside, Mr. Resilient. They're followed by
Everyone
Grapper's Girl.
passes
Next came
5.
Walloping
Come
and
on,
Mick and Nix
guys.
coming down the outside,
Oh,
but
give me a
Heimberg at the
break.
200. The favourite quickly opened up about 4 lengths, She's Surreal. Battling away, Mr. Resilient, wider Mick and Nix, but it's all Heimberg, 75 to go. He's going to romp it in, Heimberg. He won it by 6 lengths easily. Mr. Resilient second, Mick and Nix are grinding third, and She's Surreal fourth. They're followed by Walloping and Grapper's Girl. Next came Golden Eclipse. They're followed by Shenzi. Renwick never came on from Sassy Snows.
Back to the poker. Back to the poker. Killer's chipped up again. Still anyone's match here. Anybody's match. Anybody's match. 347 Rainbow. There's a call. Interesting. What is our river action going to be? He's damn sure going to be check check. $17K. Bobby calls. Pair of sevens. Pair of sevens. And Bobby takes a little more of a lead. Little more of a lead. Bobby laying the grind. Laying the grind down. 2-3 jack, 2 hearts. Right now, Bobby is dodging, dipping and dodging, sticking and moving, avoiding any messiness, and probably would have probably erred by not at least putting in a couple bets on that bottom pair. You know, usually in any given situation, bottom pair stinks balls, but I mean, heads up. You know, you might as well lead. That's why I like being so aggressive, because like you lead anything, and you get, you know, and if you find your way into a worthwhile hand, you get calls from all kinds of craziness. This flop 5, 6, 7, 2 clubs. What's it going to be here? This flop reeks of action. And then a 6 on the turn. Ooh, this is dirty. This is dirty. Two-third bet on the pot. Oh my goodness. Is this going to kill the action or is it going to increase the action? Raise till, yeah, at this point, I feel like you have to go for the jugular on any, like, any raise you should be jamming or re-raising, like, almost anything. Like, I don't like the 3x lead, simply because, like, it gives Bobby too much chips if he jams, you know, and you don't like it. Like, you can, yeah, I'm just not a fan. I feel like there's more value in just either min raising or raising just above, you know, min to induce action. Like, I know if you think you're better than your opponent or you play better than your opponent, you don't want to put yourself in tough spots or put yourself in like 50-50 situations, but there's definitely something to be said for, you know, building up the pot with, you know, there's so many blinds, like just building up the pot, and, you know, with like min betting or min raising, you know, like be willing to joust. And it's not hyper turbo territory, so there's still room for mild sense of jousting. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Shove on the river. Bobby's got 53K. He is not giving it up without a fight. It's a back and forth. Here we go. We are all in. Queen, king, 10 ace. Bobby flops a king. Uh-oh. Is the heart going to run out? It does not. Bobby takes a chip lead. Takes a 2-1 chip lead. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't stand it. Bobby battled. And he battled. And like I said, I understand the wanting to battle, especially if you feel like you're better than your opponent and grinding it out. But let's be honest. At the end of the day, he ended up getting it bad anyway. I mean, not like terrible bad, but he got it in bad anyway. Like, shrug. There's my hand. I'm like shrugging. You can't see my neck or my shoulders because of my hair, but you have to make you have to make you have to you have to just understand how these things go. Like you're gonna have to do something other than raise and then you know make occasional calls or all ins. Like there has to be more nuance to um, what's going on when your head's up, because like if you don't play a nuanced game, you're just going to shove around chips until someone just gets it in, and you're coolered, or you just get it in, standard. I mean, it takes forever to get a good hand, and then there's no guarantee that your opponent will have something worth challenging you with. So that's why like I said, that's why I like min raising, just like because people are more people are comfortable making those incremental calls and moves. It's like, oh, min raise, oh, I can call that. Min bet, oh, I can call that. And then once you see the flop and stuff, you can start to make certain maneuvers. Or if there's a raise pre-flop, if someone min raises pre-flop, then you min raise back. I mean, at this point, like with the Chipley, Taylor's kind of opening these 3x, and Bobby hasn't looked him up a single time, basically, which sucks because you need to have that in the bag, and you need to show that you're capable of doing that, or else every time he 3x's, he knows you're going to fold until you get something good, and then you play back, and next thing you know, your only hope on that situation is that he makes a misstep. And you can't always rely on your opponent to just casually misstep on their own. Sometimes you have to force the misstep. Sometimes you have to make them uncomfortable in what they're doing and the actions they're taking. Right now he's kind of 3xing with uninhibited. So, and you don't have to do a whole lot. Like one time he 3x, you shove, you show that you have garbage, and then that sets, that gets the ball rolling. Like let's say he just 3x's here, and maybe you have like Jack 6 or something, and you just shove. I mean, you have a chip lead, so if for whatever you're still not knocked out, but you shove and you hope it gets, you hope that time it gets, it gets through, and it should, because he's probably raising light. And then when it shoves and gets through, you show to let him know that you're not just going to be, you're not just going to jack around with things. So like I said, he's 3x, Bobby folds, 3x, Bobby folds. Like, you can also try calling, try a stop and go, call and then just shove. I mean, like you need to interrupt that. Uh, you got to interrupt that momentum, um, especially if someone's just clearly knowing they're getting that through with impunity a good majority of the time. This is a very interesting board. Now Bobby has a lot of momentum. At this point, you got to go for the jugular. Got to go for the jugular. Bobby with a pair of threes. Got to go with the jugular. All right, Bobby goes all in after a Taylor call. Takes it down. I really wish Bobby just one of the times would look up that 3-bet. Just once. Like, just once. You gotta, I mean, that 3x bet. You gotta, just once. Look at this. All hearts on the flop. Four flush on the board. Is Bobby going to go for a value bet on this river? What's he going to do? And he does not. He had that 9. Had that 9. Taylor shove. No go. Not yet. Bobby said not yet. So close. Little more than a little over 2x there. Rainbow 8-jack queen. This can be action. E half pot. No action. Oh man. listen, Taylor, if you're gonna watch the stream and you're not gonna 3x anymore, at least give a guy a follow for, you know, taking his advice. Ooh. Scary flop. Scary, scary, scary flop. What's going to go down here? Bottom went half pot. We see a check call. Now we see a shove and a call. Oh, and Bobby snags the 5 on the river. Oh my god. So, honestly, if this teaches us anything, like in the first, well, I mean, not even in the first couple of hands, but while you're at the final table, let's just say you're in a good enough position to end up heads up. Take immediate stock in what type of player you are facing, and conduct yourself accordingly, because we're not that deep. I mean, chip wise, we're not, neither person's that. You're not, except for the worst, very worst, and maybe the most passive or tight players. You're not going to be able to simply outplay them over a protracted period of time. And I know, I mean, you don't want to like give away the chip or give away the game, but you know what's going to end up happening is you're just going to get in a back and forth where, you know, you end up getting coolered or getting it in bad anyway, and having to snag, you know, some, you know, you're gonna have to snag the win by some, you know, coin flip anyway. So you might as well go, you know, go ham on it early on in the proceedings. But you know, maybe that's just me. I especially with these type of levels and this type of tournament, like it is. I mean, it's interesting to see long heads up battles, but you're not seeing anything, you know, unusual or different. You know, you see raise, fold, raise, all in, fold, raise, call, check, 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 bet, call, or fold. You know, and it's, you know, at that point, like the goal is to win. Like the goal is to get all the chips in, and you only have 2 of you, so you're going to be half the process of building the pot. So you have to start that process like immediately, and you know, maybe someone comes over the top, but you know, people are, a lot of times people will mirror what you're doing. So if I raise min, you know, a lot of times, like, or someone raises like min, I'll raise min against them, and then they'll like raise min back, and that's what you have to do. And then you have to, once you start building that pot, once you see that process, people are going to start, you know, kind of playing mirror of you. And if you and you know how you play, so if someone's trying to mirror you, you can find a way to outmaneuver them heads up. But again, that's just my way of thinking heads up. Hope you enjoyed the commentary. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm tired. I'm sad that I lost. I'm even more sad that I lost the last longer bet to Andrew Campbell. But tomorrow's a new day, and we'll probably be back. We are scheduled to be back at it at 8 p.m. tomorrow. So everyone enjoy your sleep and have a good start to your Friday. Goodbye.